Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は199日目です。It is day 199, one day from our review day, which is tomorrow, our 200-day milestone tentative takes, which will probably happen at the end of the session. So more on that later. Today we have our lesson day. So in our group of 97, it's all the lessons, including the unlocks for the 5. Or maybe we also tack on a few from yesterday that rolled over. It's probably the last time I digressed. Just did like 5 in or like 7 in and then started talking about something else. Anyways, let's do our lessons quickly. I don't think there's a chance we'll reach 4, pick up the last 2. And then tomorrow we're gonna have a really early start. So it'll probably be whatever all the lessons are outside of this. This is probably 3 levels ago or something. 64. Alright, let's get right into it. I think we were okay yesterday. Small group yesterday. Okay.
情報報じる
総員
順位
that's not it.
報告
報告
役
yeah,
焼き芋
焼き芋
飲酒
飲酒ね
じゃがいも
じゃがいも
洗脳
洗脳
通じる
通じる
景観
景観
脳みそ
脳みそ
予報
予報
埋める
埋める
タチ
タチ
夕焼け
夕焼け
おととし、
おととし。Excuse me.
芋、
芋。Oh,
猫舌、
猫舌。Or is it just aversion to hot? Oh no, it's aversion. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was specifically foods or not.
小さい順、
小さい順。ね。
外れる、
外れる。Oops. Oh, wait. That's not it. Oh no, wait.
二枚舌、
二枚舌。
恋人、
恋人。
無意識、
無意識。無意識。Wait. Oh. Or just unconscious. No, I misspelled. Oh, yeah. I missed the S.
達人、
達人。あ。
席順、
席順。席順ね。Seating order is how they phrased it. Okay. Sure.
覚える、
覚える。
喜び、
喜び。It's fine. That's being pedantic.
参加
Anka.
伝達
Dentatsu. Okay. Oops. I keep doing that.
大きい順
Okijun. YOLO. Okay, that didn't work. Aratameru. Different change.
洗う
Arau. Okay.
Junban
Junban. Oops. This. No. What was Raku? So this is entangle, right? To get entangled.
絡む
Karamu. Be involved. Or to get involved. To be involved with. Yeah. Okay.
よ
Oh.
日焼け
Yake. Oops.
胸
Une.
借りる
Kariru.
梅干し
Umeboshi.
借家
Shaka. Shaka. Or yeah. Or Shakuya. Shakuya works too. Interesting. It hits the it selects the audio sample. The correct audio, the corresponding audio sample. No. Permit. Oh.
許す
許す。
一匹
一匹。
快晴
快晴。
説明書
説明書。
50音順
50音順。I don't know how to spell that. Was it syllabary? Syllabary. Syllabary. Okay. Some more, you know? Oops.
物騒
Uso. Sure. What am I adding? I have an idea. It will take me like another 100 days to make it work. So I'll include that tomorrow. Uh,
加える
加える。
悲しい
悲しい。
静か
静か。
大失敗
大失敗。
借金
借金。
焼肉
焼肉。No, I keep thinking of pay. Oh no. Oh no, it's gone. Oh, okay. It's back.
配達する
配達する。Dang it. I had this. Oh, right. Oh, oh, Oma. Oh, I
細
typed,
かい
I typed Como. Omakai.
洗練
And then
許可
許可。 ね。よか。
達する
達する。
した
した。
果たして
果たして。wait.
さすが
さすが。Oh, you know? 果たした、果たして、and さすが。That's interesting.
原子力
Okay. I think yesterday I typed something, maybe 2 days ago, I made a typo consistently, so I was trying to make sure not to do that. 原子力。Okay.
平成
平成。
借用
着用。あ、uh-oh. 着用。ね。Oops. That's not how you spell it. Oh no. That's fine. Ah! Oh.
年代順
年代順。
重なる
重なる。
脳死
脳死。I typed bead because I started with brain, so I typed B and immediately thought dead, so it ended up being bead. Just the brain and D part fell out.
脳
No. So weird.
報道
Hold on. Alright, let's get into our lessons. Alright, insect? Insect, okay. Are you gonna change? Probably not, right? Oh no, you're probably gonna change, unless it's a hybrid.
昆虫
Onchu, yep. So we got our first Onyomio Mushi. Chu, okay. Onchu. Alright, fair enough. To be in disorder. So that's intransitive. And what do we have for that one? Done? I doubt it's the done. Means riot, but this version doesn't mean to riot, yeah. You can differentiate this from the future word because with Redu, you know it's rare for it to be like this. Yeah, okay, fair.
乱れる
Itareru. When everything is in disorder, it's finally your chance. You run to the bar, break the web, and grab all the mead. Nice. Mida? I'll give you that. Mead. Yeah, maybe not the greatest. Yeah. Hmm. Good enough. Me to keep the disorder, I suppose.
乱れ
乱れる
We'll see how well that holds up for now. Young. Interesting. There are flowers on your right to show that you're still young, your body still works, you're happy. Okay. When young people look at to the right, they'll see it does link up with youth, right? A waka. They'll see their future. A waka. You know those metal contraptions with tennis balls on the bottom to make sure that they don't scrape the floor. Everything may be flowers and happiness now, but your future is in a walker. Okay, sure. Waka and mole. Interesting. Wakame. Oh, Wakai. Oh, that's the coon. Right, Wakai. Right, Wakai. Oh, then what the heck is this? Oh, Mono? Really? That's a different read for the right one, actually. Mono. Interesting. Melee. Okay. So, what do we have? This refers to chaotic battles. It can describe actual warfare, sports matches, or other competitive scenarios where things become tumultuous and disorganized. Okay.
乱戦
Nansen. Okay.
乱戦
Nansen is fine with me.
混乱
Onran.
混乱
Okay. Oops. Heck. To be in disorder. Yeah. With something like Midareru. Oh, Midareru.
乱れる
Midareru. Midareru. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. On to. Okay. I think I have something to work on next 100 days. Good ideas.
昆虫
Konchu.
混乱
混乱. Confusion was the word. Okay. Fusion.
乱戦
Nonsense. Okay. Book counter. Satsu.
札
Satsu.
殺
Satsu. I think this stays the same.
Sansatsu.
Sansatsu.
3冊
Okay. Just to pick random. Oh, okay. We got. Oh, interesting. I'm actually not sure the counter stuff for Satsu. It'll be Zatsu if there is one. Interesting. Yeah, Satsu and Zatsu. Interesting. Let's see. Part of speech. Okay. What you say to the director is judged immediately. You're having trouble understanding his part of speech, so he's trying to help you. You say over and over, he keeps saying you're wrong. Is it an adjective? No, that's the wrong part of speech. Is it a verb? Person, okay. Part of speech. Oh, I see. Grammar particle. Which one is this? She? Director asks you again, what is the part of speech for the word she? Okay. Hold up. Oh, oh. Okay. Gosh. All right. All right. Okay. All right. This could be hasasu. Satsu. Hatsatsu.
8冊
8冊
Okay.
1冊
Isasu. Okay. All right. We're fine.
冊
Satsu.
3冊
Sansatsu.
8冊
Hatsatsu.
1冊
Isasu. Satsu. All right. Next one. Separate volume. Oh, that's pretty good. I don't imagine this is a weird Betsu moment, right?
別冊
Oh, it is. Betsatsu. Okay, fair enough.
別冊
Irresponsible. Oh wait, really? Ikagen. Ne? Oh, the decrease. You add and subtract. This brings you back to 0. There's absolutely no point in doing these actions. Completely pointless. Oh, that's a way. The extra E is there to mean good, as in good. You figure out how pointless. Okay. The E kind of threw me off. Interesting.
いい加減
Ikagen. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Rendaku. Ikagen. No, no rendaku. It just happens to be very conveniently gen. for the sound. Improvements. You're responsible. This is a pointless. Okay. Improvements. Renew. Morally good. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's Guy. Or yeah, probably Guy Shang. Yeah, Guy Shang. Or improvement. Or is it Guy Shang? Guy Shang, probably. Betterment. Right. Renew something and it ends up morally good. What do we have for this? Oh yeah, it's definitely Guy Shang. What do we have here? Kaizen.
改善
Yeah, that would sound like Kaizen. Kaizen. Okay. Good and evil. Yeah. I wonder if this is gonna end up being Zenaku. Yeah, Zenaku. Group plus gather the group or collect the group. Key was group key. Idan.
集団
No, Shudan. Oh yeah, that's right. Shudan. Yeah, to gather the turkeys to make
集団
the shoes, right? Shudan. Right. Oops.
別冊
Besatsu.
いい加減
Ikagen.
改善
Kaizen.
集団
Shudan.
善悪
Zenaku. Alright. So got quite a few more. 45. That's quite a lot. Enrollment. Makes sense? Yep. That checks out. Ru. Oh. Wait. They use a different one. Okay, that's fine. Enrollment, if you enter a group. Enrollment, enlistment, joining. Yeah, okay.
入団
New done. Nope.
入団
No surprises there. Okay. Kisetsu, right?
季節
Kisetsu. Kisetsu. Interesting. Kisetsu. Kisetsu.
季節
季節
Kisetsu. Alright. Mid-air. Okay. You jump off your roof for some reason and now you're floating in midair. Alright, I got you. And chew. As you spin a bit in midair, you look up and see Chewbacca looking down at you from a space ship. He's laughing. He's laughing his Chewbacca laugh. Okay. Alright. The double chew today. We got a double chew. Uchu. Probably. Uchu. Jinin. Uchujin. Oh, yeah. Sounds better. Uchu. Yeah. Uchu-sen. Okay. Alright, midair. Inside, yep. Content. 内容. That's ない
内容
nayo. Oh, right. That's nayo. right. Nayo. That's right. Suspicions. Yogi.
容疑
Yogi. Okay.
容疑
Okay.
入団
You done. It's the same.
季節
季節
内容
内容
容疑
容疑 Oh, wait. Cloth? I think that's just food
布
still. Oh, you know? Oh my goodness, they gave a new name for this. Okay. Alright. When learning the kanji, you didn't learn the... Yeah. You take your cloth and put it on top of your head. It's there because right now at noon the sun is... You know? Okay. Alright.
布
Alright. Saifu. Moving along. Footwear. Yeah, that's involved in footwear, alright. A flag loiters in a black hole. Oh yeah, that's black hole. A flag loiters in a black hole. This flag marks in the black hole where you left your footwear. What was the alternative? The right was something different, right? Did Hanzuhiro provide... Was it something like Hit Woman? Huh. Yeah, think about that. Black hole is such a obscure thing to use. Well, like where you lost your footwear. You grab your footwear from the black hole. In your black hole, thanks to the shelter they provide, some reeds have grown in. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, things are going downhill. Things are going downhill fast. I'm gonna use a different read. So, you place a flag where you loitered and lost your footwear in the black hole. It's because you forgot to read. Read to watch your step, right? Not reads. That's weird. Okay, that's too much. That's way too far apart. Futon is futon. Okay. Blanket. Interesting. Malbu. Huh. Okay. What is that? Mofu. Yeah. Usually refers to
毛布
Mofu. Okay. Alright. Oops. The other way around.
布
You know.
財布
財布
布団
Don't. Whoops.
毛布
No. Student? Oh, that's interesting. Intriguing. Seto? Ne?
生徒
Seto. Okay.
生徒
I've been doing the Heiban more than the Atamadaka. Okay, Seto. Okay. Butsu. Butsu. Bukyo. Butsukyo. Oh, yeah. Butsukyo. Butsukyo ne? Butsukyoto.
仏教徒
Oh, it did shorten. Bukyoto. It was a 50-50. I wasn't sure. I think Butsukyoto is kind of okay.
仏教
仏教徒
But Bukyoto is a lot easier to say. Flute. What was that? Buddhist. 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 Instead of... Interesting. Flute. Bamboo and reason for flute? Is there a reason you're in the bamboo grove? Why, yes, there is. It's so you can get yourself some bamboo and make a flute out of it. Okay. I think I'll just shorten it. The reason I have bamboo right now is to make a flute. Which is surprisingly hollow already, so fair enough. A bamboo flute is plenty reason. Techie. You cut down the bamboo and whittle a flute. You start playing, you know the reason why an alien spaceship came flying down and drops a box of alien techie in front of you. I'm gonna switch it up. Let's see. Probably like the reason for the bamboo is to test out some new tech, to make some flutes and then practice your music technique, right? Techie. I don't need the alien ship and stuff. It's fine. Fouet. Interesting. Fouet. All right. Believer. Interesting. Gento.
神道
Shinto. Oh yeah, that's right. Shinto. Right. That's Shin. Not Gen. Shin. Shinto. Junior. Junior believe is a believer.
神
Okay.
道
Shinto.
神道
Makes sense. To acquire. Tok is onyomi, right?
得る
Eru. You need to acquire an elephant for your elephant collection.
得る
All right. Yeah, we're gonna work on a new system for Kun for
得る
sure. I think in order to embellish WaniKani's design, we're gonna take since Kun typically comes second, well, we're just gonna attach all the reeds into one mnemonic. Mate, where am I from? Your name is Among Us Shorts. Where am I from? I'm from the United States. But based on that question, my parents are from China. It's a very Americana question, that the way. And I know you said mate, which definitely doesn't give away American vibes, but it's a very Western question. It's a very Western question. But I'm from the United States. Yeah, bro. Asian. Near China. Interesting. Guess? No, that's okay. I don't know. Are you talking about guessing where you're from? I don't know, Malaysia? Malaysia is near China. Indonesia? That's near China. Korea is near China. Laos? Cambodia? Nepal? Yeah. Is that a stereotype? I mean, I was just gonna guess all the countries that are near China. It doesn't very narrow down the choices. There are quite a lot of countries around China. Nepalese, huh? Oh, actually, is that how they go about the Anglican nation of Nepal? Huh. Nah, bro, it's a countryside with Nepal. It's a country beside Nepal? Well, based on how often you say bro, it's close enough, I suppose. You mean like India? I mean, India is next to. Bangladesh? Maybe? Bhutan? You also have Mongolian eyes? That sounds okay. That sounds interesting. Just search Nepal's country. I'm aware of that. Thanks for the clarification. Do you always talk to people like that too? You're saying, nah, bro, it's a countryside with Nepal. So I'm naming countries. I'm naming countries beside Nepal. Perhaps you may want to evaluate the way you speak to other people. But, you know, there are countries beside Nepal as well. Like India. But yes, Nepal is a country. Thank you. Yeah, bro. Definitely. Iru. Let's see. Is there a reason you found your way to a Not Among Us streamer?
L
Ew. Let's see. What was I saying? We were gonna connect all the reads, right? So we have to connect the reads for Toku. So Tokugawa, you just wanted to support others? Interesting. All right. I appreciate it. I suppose. It's hidden. So I didn't hear a bell, so you have a hidden profile. Interesting. Good luck, good luck. Is there a reason your account is named Among Us Shorts? Do you stream Among Us, or do you make Among Us content? That does place you in a very specific generation. And what is it that you support? You post Among Us content mainly of sidemen Among Us. I don't know what that means. Is sidemen a content creator's name, or is that a mode in Among Us? I'm not sure what was funny about that question, but perhaps you can clarify. It's a content creator from UK. I see. Interesting. Is there something particular about that? Wait, it's content creators. There are more than one people. So is Sideman a group? Flute. They are great, bro. I'll take your word for it. I'm disinterested in it. You gotta sleep. It's 1 a.m. in the morning. Bye, bro. All right. Good luck. Take care. Godspeed. Okay. Flute reason. Flute reason. Okay. Wait, I lost the... Was it just flute? Oh, okay.
生徒
Bukyo. Bukyoto.
仏教徒
How did this work? Okay. Hmm.
信徒
Info.
L
Yeah. So the thing I was gonna do moving forward is we're just gonna make a mnemonic for all of the reads put together, because I think doing this disjointed thing that WaniKani does is making it really inconsistent. So to remember this is basically Tokugawa wants to acquire an elephant, and that's sufficient. We're still gonna take all the base, like the primary kanji that they go off of, and then normalize those, and then connect them with the kun. And then sometimes the kun will end up connecting with the on, but they're all going to be connected at some point. So it doesn't matter which order they're going to come by. But yeah. Benefit. Oh, that's interesting. A pivot from acquire to benefit. When you acquire something, it benefits you, I suppose. Yeah.
得
Toku. Oh. Wait, did I make a mistake? Is this actually kun? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, they fail to
Toku.
understand. Fail to mention that all
Toku.
the time. Or not all the time, but quite often. Good at. Tokui.
得意
得意
Acquire idea. I guess if you acquire idea at a fast rate, you must be good. Yeah. Skill.
得
Strong.
意
Okay. Okay. Persuasion. Setoku.
説得
Setoku. Now, Setoku. You acquire theory, persuasion, convince. You acquire theory after theory. In doing so, you have a lot of theories in your head. You use all of these as tools for persuasion. I can get
説
behind that.
得
Setoku. Izogashi, no?
忙しい
Yeah, isogashi. What in the actual tarnation? You're busy, but you have to take care of your friends. Ice ogres, Isoga? This weekend? Oh my goodness. Alright, that's fine. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the ice ogre, right? Isogashi. Or Isoga. Somehow Isoga. Oh my gosh. Ice ogre. Alright, so from now on, it's basically when you're really busy, right? When you're really busy, you often you often take breaks by going bowling with an ice ogre. That's what we're gonna remember now, not the way they're going about it. I actually think this is gonna sound very direct, but I actually think they need to rewrite all of these things, rewrite all of the different reads, and take all of them and write a story that connects the two. So we have bowling is the onyomi, and bowling has to connect with ice ogre. So, and then you connect it with the meaning, and the meaning can be at both ends. So you could have like meaning into on, into kun, into new meaning, right? If the meaning stacks on top of each other, that's cool. Then it would go back around. If there's two meanings, you attach both the meanings next to each other. So like in this case, bowling is the on. Alright, this is what we're gonna do for the next 100 days. Bowl, and then this is ice ogre. And just so happens that they both mean busy. Right. And then we could add another layer too. Because this would be the kanji. This would be off the kanji because prioritize. But we could also add an extra modifier. So any hanging adjectives will add the she part if needed. So this would be like a plus detail. But for now, that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna do that from now on as a mental exercise, because bowling is not part of this reading explanation, which it might seem like it's arbitrary, but it's so isolating. This is so isolating, and it wouldn't take that much, in my opinion, to also, hey, here's a read you already know. Here's your already know read, and it would just explain the same thing again. Then you might be able to connect the two. But I think Kuhn's, the lesser read must connect with the more dominant read in unique entries in WaniKani. So if you have 4 onyomis, like 4 examples of an onyomi, and then you have 1 kunyomi, but they share the same character, having the 4 onyomis connected to the lesser kunyomi in examples, not like normal nature, like frequency stuff. We're talking about unique entries. Having the 4 reinforce the 1 is far better than thinking the 1 is different from the 4. So in this case, when I think about going bowling with an ice ogre, if bowl comes up more often, ice ogre gets reinforced. So every time I think of ball, this as ball, I will also think of ice ogre. And I think that's one of the biggest weaknesses, in my opinion, the biggest association weaknesses in WaniKani's design. It's to the point where I actually think they have to rework every one of these. Every single one of these, the quote-unquote lesser read. So whichever one has the least entries, unique entries. I'll talk about this tomorrow. That's what we're gonna experiment with. So anything that is quote-unquote the exception, so all the exceptions of the entries, they, in my opinion, should have an explanation or reading and or meaning attached to the highest occurring, highest number of entries. So I know this is supposed to be primarily a kanji reading. There's always this excuse, in my opinion, I call it an excuse. There's always this excuse, or maybe design intent. I will concede that the design intent is to read kanji. However, whatever I'm describing is helping the read of the kanji. But the design that they have to do is committed to a task that is not reliant on the kanji. So you could make an argument, oh, we only want to focus on the kanji going in one direction, right? Well, if you're still going in one direction, whatever you're introducing A, you attach it to B. But right now, how this is designed is that A is not attached to B when it's an exception. So kun, owns, and kuns are not attached explicitly. It's not demonstrating how you can associate all of these. So I've been trying, but this is remembering every time something like this comes up, it's remembering 2 separate things, and that's very, in my opinion, inefficient. For myself. For others, it might help because they wouldn't get things confused, but I always group things together. So if I say going bowling with an ice ogre, I'm remembering one thing, not 2 separate things. And it's become very, very apparent that it occurs over and over again. So that's what we're going to do from now on. which is convenient because then the next 100 days I would have started this routine. We're still gonna try to preserve whatever like keywords and stuff they're doing because I like reading these things as like a point of inspiration. So I don't have to create content. Content is fine. The idea is this might seem like extra stuff to remember for other people, but this is what I'm here for. I'm here to relate the thing. It's just that it's so disjointed. It's constantly disjointed. Every time a kun comes up or like an adjective comes up or something, you're like, okay, what is the thing? But my think about it is, oh, hang on, let me ban the same stream service again, viewing bot service. It doesn't ever get old, right? Anyways, I think that attaching, constantly building upon it is the way to go about it. So not only do you get faster and faster in thinking about all the reads over and over again. So even if it's one read, right? And then you get a new read, right? A new read. When they're linked, this ends up becoming one thing. You cluster over time, and maybe that's what WaniKani users eventually do. But it is not in the design of this can lead someone to thinking you have to remember two things, but they're really just one thing because this character unifies the one thing. Now, constantly thinking this character is two separate things is unwieldy. Then we get to 3, then 4, right? So then whenever this shows up, you're like, okay, what situation are we in? Okay, is this a normal or a regular one? This is all the stuff that I've been thinking about the last week to prepare for tomorrow. Where in my like workflow of thoughts can I cluster together? Because you might be thinking, oh, but that isn't it gonna take a really long time? Is it gonna take a long time to cluster, to like go through the reads? If you're like stuck, right? If you're like stuck, this is for acquisition, not for practice. Practice is eventually you're gonna land on the read very quickly. But if you need to scan reads, it's faster to create a stable routine. This is not a stable routine. This, in my opinion, is working against a stable routine. In my opinion, the stable part of this is they're trying to elicit emotions and like outrageousness, right? But while this is consistent, the context is not. So this is as far as it goes. But it can also be emotional and outrageous and stuff while having a stable routine. What is the stable routine? When you think of your own, you think of your kun. If you think of your kun, you think of your own. With this, not against this. So I think the last 200 days really like demonstrated that I don't like the idea that those things are disjointed. And maybe because I still have yet to figure out why it is disjointed like this. Like, what kept them from copy pastaing their other information, right? Sometimes they only use it when it's convenient. So they only use it when they're actually the same. And then when they do it the same, they skip pastaing. They skip pasting it. So it's like, oh, you remember this read? It's that. As opposed to, you remember this read? Paste the previous thing, or even link to the previous thing, right? But, and then when it's different, they don't say what it is different from, which still involves pasting the old thing. So like whenever they say, oh, you haven't learned this read yet, right? You haven't learned this read. What was the other read? Like, what was it? What was the explainer of the other read? Like, this one should have, in my opinion, should have an entry for bowling, because that's the first time. Having the information next to each other can facilitate association. Literally associating them can facilitate association. But instead, I feel like this is cutting corners. This part is cutting corners. And the first 100 days, the first thing I noticed that I really don't vibe with is, I shouldn't talk too long about this topic because most of it is for tomorrow's writing, is whenever they say same but different, or different and different, different but different, same but different, and different but same, right? That stuff, cutting corners is not practicing, in my opinion. It's hoping that you do less work, which is, in my opinion, it achieves the opposite effect a lot of times. Like, if you say, oh, I know this, so you don't have to practice it, then retention is lost. Now, you could say, well, if you get it wrong, then SRS will bop you back on. Yeah, that's fair. So I guess that's my most reasonable way of explaining why they don't add too much information. But the thing is, when you copy paste the information you already have, right, it can keep growing, but it's up to the user to read over it. So if it's already there, it can get faster and faster by truncating it. So at some point, if you see the bowling entry over and over again for this, despite it being the kunyomi, because the kunyomi thing will be above, you skip it. It's like, oh, just as a reminder, here's the other mnemonic that deals with the onyomi. And you stop reading. You can just stop reading there. Alternatively, if someone decides to read it again, they will paraphrase it. It'll get shorter and shorter, all the way to the point where it's just bowling in the future, right? So to me, this is why this design is, I'm not gonna say failing. It's a different approach. It's an approach that I don't particularly vibe with. Hanzi Hero, no matter what, it has to do it. So Hanzi Hero, using the information on the onyomi as well, if for helping remember the onyomi or the kunyomi, both. I'm saying you connect the onyomi to the kunyomi in the read explainer, because then they become, is for using the information on onyomi as well, is for helping remember the onyomi or the kunyomi. Well, this one is, so okay, I don't know how far you were here when I was saying this. So this explainer is for the kun, right? But it's treating it like it's another entry for this character. I'm probably not gonna go over this until tomorrow in more detail, but this is for kun. It's treating it as a separate entry, but it doesn't have to be a separate entry. Like, it doesn't have to be a separate entry. It could be you went bowling with an ice ogre, and now it's 2 entries, but it's considered 1 cluster. So instead of remembering, like, if you remember 1 and 2, you could remember 12. Yeah, at least in my opinion. But hear me out. This is just for me, personally. Because a lot of times when you remember like a large series of numbers, right, like this, like 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you could remember it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you could remember it as 1, 23, 45. It is still the same number, same stuff, or you can remember it as 12, 3, 45, you know, or 12,345 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So when you're clustering, it helps quite a lot to make it feel like you're remembering less, but you're remembering more. And in this case, for myself, I've been trying to embrace like what WaniKani is doing, and so far I'm hitting a limit. I'm using something else later down the road, which is Hanza Hero, and they use the Mind Palace approach, which is, and also this does mean that I use the Mind Palace approach far more than this way of going about it. I don't even know what this is called, actually, if there is any. So a Mind Palace approach is that you fix everything to an object or like a noun or location. You fix it to an idea, and then you bend everything around the idea. So in a Mind Palace, it could be a location, right? It's usually a location, a noun, and an action. And then no matter what the complexity of these things are, it would be decomposed into a location, noun, and an action. So you'll get into the habit of saying, okay, what's the read of this? Well, it means busy. So who's busy? Where are they busy? And why are they busy? Or how are they busy? So you're asking like what, or you're asking where, what, and how, over and over again. And these locations can be fixed. So it's always location X, always location Y, always location Z. So what happens then is no matter how complex the content is, as long as you can think of the same routine questions, you can fetch the content. Here though, everything is consistently different. So that can work for people who have like in my opinion, a different scenario for each kanji or many kanji for the same cluster. So for this one, for WaniKani, this is 1 kanji, and it will always be 1 kanji. So you'll then have multiple scenarios, right? That's how WaniKani is doing it. So each one is being treated as a different scenario. So if this kanji has like 3 reads, you're thinking of it as 3 separate scenarios. Now, the easier ones, the ones that get easy, are by coincidence, the 2 scenarios are the same. And then that's where WaniKani just say, oh, remember scenario A? It's the same as scenario B. So just remember that it's the same read. When it's different, then you have to remember second one. Now, the alternative way that I'm suggesting, which I'm going to do for the next 100 days, is that instead of thinking of it as 3 scenarios where you have to check if they're same or different, when the same or different, right? So what they would say in WaniKani is, oh, this is a different read from your previous read. So here is the read for C. So what you're constantly looking at a character, then determining how many reads, right? How many reads, you're trying to fetch the read, find the scenario, and the scenario is taught based on being same or different, and then you provide the read. That's what they're going with. Alternatively, which is what I typically do now, so when they teach you the reads, A, B, and C, I'm going to attach A to B to C. So I'm going to go this way, and then I'm going to go this way as well, because it flows both ways. So in the future, whenever I learn A, which is when they first introduce a kanji, when they first introduce kanji, it's going to introduce A, whatever the context A is. So whenever, if the next time they use an entry, like a vocabulary entry, it's like B, which is a new entry, but it's the same as A, then nothing changes. That stays the same. They're both the same, right? But the moment they're different, so say C is different, I'm going to attach it to B and A. So now, no matter what, I remember one thing, and it's just going to keep growing. But it doesn't ever grow past a point, because there's oftentimes reads are at most 5 things. So if you are able to successfully cluster 5 things, you don't necessarily need to remember them as separate things. So here, I will always look at this character as bowling with an ice ogre. Yeah, well, they're going to be one thing. So when you say to yourself, bowling with an ice ogre, you have both reads. So instead of saying you're busy because you have, so now you can write and then you can attach the meaning to it. So most of the time when you see this, I'm gonna be thinking busy bowling with an ice ogre. And now you know the kanji, the primary kanji read, which is the on. And you also know the kun of the kanji, which is 3 words. Not all of this. And plus the explainer for the onyomi. So you no longer, like, at least me, I no longer have to worry about remembering the explainer for the onyomi of this character, which I recently got, and also the explainer for the ice ogre. When I see this character, I only think of busy bowling with an ice ogre, and that's it. Those 4 things. Someone should create a script that takes both explanations, use AI to output a mix. I think someone might have done that already. Or hear me out. I think people do that on their own. It would be awesome if someone made a script and did that, though, and it would benefit a lot of other people, or it may benefit. That's up to the person, but it's good to have other options, obviously, because WaniKani, I tried to stick to their thing, but ultimately I ended up changing, and I think others already do this in their head. So like over time, you probably end up doing all of this on your own in some way, shape, or form. I think the reason why I have a problem with this is WaniKani, I'm being fair to them because they say it's kanji forward, right? And that makes sense. Like, I'm gonna explain all of this tomorrow, largely, in the 200-day thing, the way that I changes. But I understand how people feel that it's kanji forward. So that means everything branches out of kanji. The thing that I'm doing is when this leads to vocab, right? There's a deviation in read. You can get a read plus from vocab. And this might end up being the same, right? But every time there's a read plus, as in an additional read to the kanji, you have to go back to the kanji. Which is good if you can go back. But they always go in one direction. So when they explain things, they're only going in one direction. It's get the kanji, so you look at the kanji, and then think of all the reads. Right, think of all the reads, so then you have like, oh, now you have 3 choices. But the idea is, if you're vocab forward, which is a lot of people's priorities a lot of times, you can connect the vocabs. So then you can associate the explainers for the vocabs, and then what happens is now you're not remembering one read, you're remembering one series of reads. And usually humans are pretty decent at remembering at least 7 things together. The magic number 7. So the moment you can read 1, you can read 12. You can also read 123. And you can read, 1234 as one thing. So then you're remembering the series of things. And the nice thing about remembering a series is that itself is a mnemonic. And to decompose it, when I say busy bowling with an ice ogre, that's a series that is a mnemonic. So you're remembering a series of things. And the higher the series gets, up to 7, that's enough to encrypt, quote unquote, encrypt. Oh, actually, I have a better word. That's enough to compress the information attached to every unique thing. Because when you remember the series, the mnemonic becomes too unique to confuse. Because the number gets more and more complicated. With every additional digit, the permutation is different. So you would be less likely to confuse it with something else. Right now, how it's working is that if all of these are decomposed into different reads, right? Let's just say this is bowl, right? Bowling. When you're stuck on bowling, you're gonna think of all the bowlings. So there are plenty of kanji. There's at least like doubt. There's at least 4 other kanji that has the read bowl. But how many kanjis have the read bowling and ice ogre? A lot less. A lot less have bowling and ice ogre. Now there's still redundancies in bowling and ice ogre, right? But then how many things have busy bowling and ice ogre? Very, very few things have busy bowling and ice ogre. So the chances of you mixing this up with another character is far less. And then there's even more. You can, if you're really troubled, like you got 3 things that constantly get mixed up, right? Like say there's another bowling ice ogre busy together with 2 other words. Now you have, let's say, 3 words that have all 3 of these things. So like the magic combination of kanji words somehow. there's still more details that you can add at the very end, but I don't think you'll ever get there because it'll be enough for you to differentiate. So that's what I'm going to do manually. I'm gonna do that like starting the next 100 days. But it's addressing a minor weakness. I think in the end, you can brute force it. It's fine. Like, I just don't want to keep doing that. Like, I don't like guessing on things. So from now on, that's what I'm doing. The reason why, the main reason is, we have, so WaniKani is not based on frequency. So because we're not reading like stories or paragraphs, you know, for context, there's no frequency. It's not weighted for frequency. Like watashi would come up a lot more than, I don't know, a gyu or something. So what happens is they have to weight it. They have to weight it on entries. But again, I'm being fair to them. It's kanji forward. But if they look at their vocab, right? Their vocab, it needs to be weighted. Otherwise, for example, I have a good one. It was zone. So zone, zone and I think it was exist. Exist is the character. So zone is like 4 times more common than son. I forgot the character. That's kind of bad of me. But when it's 4 times, you only get 1 entry for each, right? Because it's 1 entry per vocab. It's 1 entry per vocab. So when you go and do your SRS, the ones that you're going to leech, the leeches, are going to be the ones that have less entries. So what happens is then you have like A is going to be this big in frequency and B is going to be this frequency. And that's fine because SRS is designed so if you get B wrong, it'll get bigger in frequency. You'll have to like do it more often. You get it wrong, it goes back to guru, so it'll come back up. So that's the way it's compensating for that. But I don't like that. Like, I personally don't want to do that. Like how, D, E, this has a huge amount of entries, right? But the entries could be distributed well. So like their system, if it works well, then you know he occurs as much as B, which occurs as much as jitsu, which occurs as much as ka, right? And iko, there's also iko, or ni. Like all of these have vocabulary entries and they're going to vary in frequency. So the idea is, do you want to remember all of them separately, which is how they do it. You end up remembering all this like separate mnemonics, or you just blend them all together. So you can make one master mnemonic and say, well, there is a lot of heat on a hot day where bees are hanging out next to the car that is, what is jitsu? What do they use for jitsu? Oh, G2. G, you could say there are G. On a hot day with a lot of heat. G, there are 2 bees hanging out next to the car. That's it. So now you have one mnemonic which tells you all 5 reads. And then you can have all the time in the world to look at the sentence and the vocabulary and ask yourself which one it is. Because it doesn't change the probability of you knowing what they are outside of the rules, outside of the patterns. So then you can easily just mix and match and listen and listen to it and say, oh, this sounds right. It's probably this. So you no longer have to ask yourself, okay, so now I read, you see this character and you're like, okay, so now you have to look at the context. Then you have to go to all the 4 reads. And then you decide, is it right? If it's not right, then you have to start back in the beginning. You have to start back up here, go down, go through the 2, and then find out. And then you go back. At least that's how I'm doing it off of the WaniKani thing until you get to the correct one, which takes a lot longer than having all of them show up immediately as 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's interesting. But they should update the mnemonic whenever the new reading appears on a new vocab, or should they present all of it where learning the kanji? I think they should present all of them. So like this is my newest kanji, right? This is the newest kanji. So now that the kanji is unlocked, so the kanji has been unlocked. So that means that there's vocabulary words. And now the vocabulary words will tell you the principal read and then any other read. And this is the first time we're getting this read for this character, which this character was introduced as Ball, right? Ball. And then now we have to relate it to Isoga, right? Isoga is the new read. So to make it, this doesn't change what they're doing. They can add the read of the previous one on the same page. Alternatively, you have to be able to like go back to it, which you can go back and you can click here, right? And that's fine. That's why it works this way. It's great, right? Or it's good enough, right? You go back. That's how the website is. That's how the website's presented. So technically, you can still do that. You can. It's still there, right? It's gonna tell you, oh, where's the kanji? The kanji's here. You can click on the kanji, and then you can read the mnemonic for this, which is take out of your busy life and go bowling, right? Go bowling once in a while. Now, if this was copied and paste, like if you copy it and paste onto here,
忙しい
right? So this would have a second block here and say, oh, hey, here's the previous read for bowling. And it can be copied and paste the very same thing. And that would be, nothing has changed. So, but you'll still have the information there. Now the question is, if the information is on the same page, would it make the person connect the two naturally? So if you see the same copy pasta from the kanji page onto this, would it make a person want to connect this two? It does in some regards. Visually, when you see two entries together, you're going to be like, okay, what's a faster way to remember all this gibberish? You're going to extract bowling, probably, and you're going to extract this. So whenever you hear Ice Ogre, you're going to end up, or you're likely going to end up to think, oh, it's also bowling. Now, a different level that I'm suggesting is they can decide to just write something with Ice Ogre in bowling. And the ones that they do actually do this occasionally on certain vocabulary where it's convenient for them. So vocabulary that's the same but have different reads can have similar mnemonics that combine the reads together. So they have done this. There's already examples of this in their writing. It's often inconsistent, but those are the ones you're probably going to remember the best or better than the others. Like, what I mean is, think about a standalone kunyomi, right? Like, say, Yado. Yado. Wait. I don't think that's Yado. Wait, that is Yado. It's like Lao. No. That's a bad example. Let's use let's just use something that I know for sure. Let's just use Hito, right? Let's use Hito. Oh, it's leader. Yes. That's it. Yeah. It's 100, right? So Yado, right? How do you remember Yado? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even remember the mnemonic for Yado. Oh, Yadu. You do what you have to because there's a bunch of people. The leader of a bunch of people have to house 100 people under a roof, right? That's the mnemonic. So you're thinking, oh man, that's a lot of mnemonic. Yado, you do what you gotta do, right? That is, so you can compress it to you do got what you gotta do. But what is the other read for Yado? This is the lesser of the reads because there are more entries for Onyomi. And this is the kun. So you do what? What do you gotta do? What was this? Aku? No, Oku. No, that's... Yeah. Oku? Yes. I think this is Oku. Right. So... Is it Shuku? I think it's... Oh, you're right. It is Shuku. You're right. It is Shuku. Yeah, Shuku in Shukudai, right? Shukudai. Yeah, you're right. Shuku. So... Shuku, right? And that's how I remember it, by the way. I would take a vocabulary word, like you did, Shukudai, for homework, and then use that as a way, right? As a way to remember that. Alternatively, you could say, what is shku? What did they use? What is the key word for shku? Shook? They use shook. I don't know how to spell shook. Is that how you spell shook? No, that's shook. Yeah, no, that's how you spell shook, right? Yeah, shook. So you could say, you do what you gotta do to shook something. Or like, I don't know. Well, I'm shook. You do what you gotta do. With lodging 100 people, 100 leaders under a roof. Right? So now you don't need to remember two separate things. You remember one thing. Well, I'm shook. You do what you gotta do to lodge 100 people, 100 leaders under a roof. And that's it. You don't have to remember anything else anymore. You just remember those things. And at some point, most mnemonics end up getting even shorter. They become shorthand. So now you're gonna get leader 100, roof, ya do, or shook, ya do, which then eventually becomes and then that would be your shorthand. It would only be this by the end of your mnemonic, right? So yeah, that's the whole package for any whenever this kanji shows up now, right? Whenever this kanji comes up, you'll always think of everything until you don't have to. And the reason why I like this better is because if you forget, you can always rely on your entire package. You don't have to worry about, you don't necessarily have to use it all the time. It's always in your back pocket. It's going to be in your back pocket. So it's part of my routine. The last thing I do is I go through everything, but only if you have to. So if it doesn't come to you right away after all the repetition, the mnemonic is supposed to cover everything. And the more you practice with everything, it becomes quicker and quicker with everything. And by the way I'm describing it is how Hanzihiro does it. But you don't ever have to really rely on it. You're only using this when you forget something, when you're like, okay, I'm still learning something. So for me, what I like to do is whenever they teach you A, and then they teach you B, link A with B. Then it becomes A prime. And then when they teach you C, link C with B, and it ends up becoming A prime prime. So you're imagining one thing. You're constantly embellishing and building up one story per kanji, not trying to build 4 separate things for one kanji. And that's why Hanzihiro feels they slightly do a different way to go about it. But you're trying to remember a lot less things separately. You're remembering singular things, and using that over and over again. So that's kind of my thought. So I'll go into it tomorrow. Interesting approach to learning kanji. Thank you for this. Do you use WaniKani? Diogo? Or do you use like Anki or something? Like, how do you go about doing your thing? This is the first time I've ever used anything like this, so it's really fun. It's been okay. It's really fun. Like, I don't know. Is this your first time? This is my first time ever doing something like this, so it's been really intriguing to see what is working for me and what isn't working. for me. WaniKani, but with a lot of intervals over the years. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, I try. So, it's not that things are, whatever I'm saying now, it may not improve or may not, it may not change anything. It may or may not improve things. It could get worse. My reasoning for talking about this stuff is every 100 or so days I try to change it up a little. Like, I change it up, explore some stuff, because the content is not going to go anywhere. You have to remember these things at some point, right? You're gonna need these things in Japanese. However, for me, if you mess around and change things up and challenge yourself over time, you can ultimately get a lot of ways to make things work. And to me, that makes it really interesting. So it doesn't get old. Like, the next 100 days, I'm going to be doing something somewhat similar, but also different enough that I don't feel like I have to take a break from WaniKani. So that's my underlying prerogative on here. So sometimes things can get worse. I'm in the next 100 days, when I write my 300 day like tentative take, it might be, oh, it's about the same. That's fine. But like, the progress, the results might be about the same. That's perfectly fine. But then I was practicing doing something else different. So that to me keeps like the boredom away. Like, for me, this stuff, talking about this stuff and figuring out or messing around just enough not to affect my progress, right, is what keeps things fresh. I don't know how others manage to do it, where they would consistently do the same thing for a very, very long time. That's really impressive, in my opinion, in a different way. But for myself, I'm always looking to change it up a bit, and that's what I'm probably gonna do. My 100-day review, I think I still remember what changed there. Like, I used vanilla WaniKani for the first 100 days. And then for 200, from 100 to now, I use like 7 or 8 different scripts that I'm testing. And sure enough, it changed the way I did it. Like, the day 1 is really different from 1 to 100. So just thought, I'm not saying it's better or worse. It's different. We're doing it differently. And it would be interesting to see what the next 100-day holds. But yeah, thanks. How's your WaniKani experience? You say it's over the years. May I ask you like a brief, maybe some quick hot takes about your WaniKani experience? Actually, you're probably if you're saying over the years, you're probably one of the first people that I met that have probably had a long extended use of WaniKani. Most would bring up, Anki and various other things, which I haven't gotten to. It would be fun to find a script that, honestly, what I'm going to do is, you're level 18 now, but you started some years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years. Oh, okay. So we're about in the same place. Nice. What I'm going to do is I'm probably just gonna write it in here, starting day 200 and on. So like, I would just say busy bowling with ice ogres. Right? And then that's all that's needed. Right? And then when I'm burning through stuff again, if I'm burning through stuff, I'm going to retroactively just write all the notes in. And some people might say, well, isn't that a waste of time? It's like the act of writing and, you know, inputting into it can help with retention, right? Because you're actively paying attention to the thing that you're doing. So there are like plus and minuses for outputting something. So this is probably what I'll do from starting right now. That's probably what we're gonna start doing. And then in the future, I can just write this in Japanese. So if you're really balls to wall, there's no way I can write this in Japanese. I don't know what ice ogre is in Japanese. At most, I could say like kori for ice, and then ogre I would have to look up. Busy is this, right? Yeah, isogashi. And then bowling, I have no idea. Oh, bowling, probably bowling. And then that'd be good enough too. You can also already if you're used to it, you can probably just do advanced keywords. So usually my shorthands look like this. Right. And you can also do advanced stuff like you can just do busy. You can type like instead of writing busy, you can do like, I don't know, soul. This is my shorthand that I write on the side a lot of time. So you can do soul plus death, soul death, busy, bowling, ice ogre, right? And then you map it out in your head. So like when you're busy with work, it feels like soul has left your body, basically death, right? So how do you alleviate it? You go bowling with your best pal, the ice ogre. And then, you know, whatever else comes in, you're probably going to type the rest. So eventually you start with a really large mnemonic, and then you remove all the excess words, the words that aren't important. So at the end of the day, most of every kanji or hanzi that I remember ends up being just one word things, like just soul plus death. And at some point, you could even stop at soul plus death. And if soul plus death is not good enough, you add bowling. And then bowling, if it's not good enough, then you add busy. And so on. That would for sure help writing out the kanji by N as well. That's the point you struggle with. Yeah. So for me, this is where WaniKani is not doing it for me. I remember the radicals of Hanzi Hero. So Hanzi Hero has to use the radicals. They call it components, but it's the same thing. Radicals, no matter what. Their mnemonics have to use the radicals, like in a way, because it has to attach to the read. So in order to remember the read, you are obligated to remember the radicals. And then if you can remember the radicals, you can write it. And that's how I usually write characters. So if you're curious, Yado is not introduced in Hanzi Hero yet. Like I haven't used Yado. That's why when I was saying like, oh, there's roof, but what else was there? This roof is close enough. It's a dollhouse in Hanzi Hero, but I didn't remember where leader or 100 was. But this is Mung. So Mung means busy. So and Mung has soul and death. So it's easier to remember the stuff when it's in radicals. Yeah, so I like writing. I prefer writing stuff. And remembering radicals help you write for sure. And then writing feeds back on the stuff. on this stuff. Is there a reason? May I ask what your motivations are to learn Japanese? Sorry, it's been a while since I talked to a new person. Let's go. You find Mandarin interesting as well, but you're afraid you'll be overwhelmed if you begin with Hanzi as well. That's understandable. Yeah, and if you have a busy lifestyle, you know, you gotta factor in busy lifestyle, all the other lifestyle choices that you have already. If you're not doing any of these things already, it will, in my opinion, it is incredibly overwhelming to establish like multiple habits at the same time while expecting to restructure your entire lifestyle around these things. For myself, the reason why I started Mandarin and then staggered it with Japanese is because every day I already do those things. I already hear Mandarin on a daily basis, and I already hear Japanese on a daily basis. I see them on a daily basis. So the nature of my things is not as overwhelming because I already do them out of habit. But if you're thinking like picking up Mandarin and then you realize, oh no, now I have to make time for it, then that, in my opinion, is likely very accurately going to be a bit overwhelming at first, right? Because you have to make time and space for your lifestyle choices. It's pretty crazy, in my opinion, to think when someone says they're going to start learning Japanese, they like uproot their life. Now, if you're like younger, I can understand that. Like if you're a student, you're technically not uprooting your life because you're inserting it into like this practice of studying and going to school and stuff. But if you're like much older, like if you have a job or other things, if you're not already doing that, that just sounds like a lot of gymnastics. Yeah. So I often said like I don't recommend, or like you gotta know if you're establishing a habit or changing a habit. You finish your master's, you're 26? Nice. May I ask what your master's is in? Oh, you're finishing your master's. Oh, okay. Um, not bad. Why Japanese? Master's in what, by the way? I'm 38. So, uh, where I'm a millennial generation. 38, we did not masters in we did not study language as a master. Computer and stuff? Okay, fair enough. Network? I see, network between devices, fair enough. It's kind of funny because that would be under back in the day, it would be under like communications technologies. But the reason why technologies is added is because why it's funny to me is because I also like kind of specialize in communication right now, but not communication technologies. Communication, speech communication. It's interesting. Networks between devices. Well, I can only imagine your ambivalence right now. When are you finishing your masters, especially the current climate? You've always enjoyed languages, and Japanese is both very different language-wise and culture-wise from where you live. Portugal. Oh! Unfortunately, I don't know any Portuguese. Habla español? Probably September. Oh, okay. I imagine you probably know Spanish though, along with your Portuguese. Actually, I would like to know. Un poco, pero it's just because we're neighbors. Oh, okay. But you never learned it. Oh, okay. I was about to ask you, how common is it? between, like, do they have mutual share of the language or not? You should be able to understand it well though. Okay. I live in the United States, so the closest thing I have to Portuguese is Espanol. And that's kind of on the back burner. In English, or like in American schools, Spanish tends to be the dominant thing. Some people try to type in, like, I play a couple games where there's a lot of Portuguese speakers, especially Brazilian Portuguese, and it's like Chinese and Japanese. It's enough where you're like, claro que sí, like, sí, of course, like that's good, or sí, no, like, no, that kind of thing is like good enough to respond. It's like I kind of get the idea of what you're asking, because there's enough context in the video game that they're like, oh, they're saying there's something there, and I'm like, okay. Like, hay una cosa would be the Spanish equivalent, but the Portuguese would be slightly close enough. It's like, all right, let's just assume. It does lead to some goofy things occasionally. Both languages have a lot of similarities. If you know Spanish well, you'll be able to grasp a lot of written Portuguese. Yeah, written is the key word here. Yeah, written, but not spoken. Not even close. Yeah, no way. Like, no way, Jose. Like, right? No, no entiendo más. Right. Speaking is out of the question, but in video games, it's largely typing, so texting. And I think it goes the way of the Spanish too. Spoken European Portuguese, though, it's pretty harsh. People often compare it to Russian. I can imagine. And the Spanish dialects, like the different Spanish dialects, is already... You know how when something is very different, it's very difficult. But when something is very similar but different to a point that it can be unintelligible, that's also very difficult. And Spanish, when it comes to like the dialects of Spanish, like Chilean and like even European Spanish, right? Like Catalan and stuff. I specifically use this anecdote oftentimes. When I was in college, I did end up going to take Spanish again in college and continue it. The books that we had, so we're talking about WaniKani, right? How apps are Americanized or Anglicanized for English speakers. Back in the day, you had these books, and these books are made primarily by European Spanish speakers. Right? By European Spanish speakers. So what happens one of the days was a lot of those books came with like CD-ROMs. They came with like digital discs with the lessons on them, right? And one time I decided to, like, we don't listen to those CDs, but you can choose to listen to them anyways. So one of the times in class, I think we were going to listen to the exercise. So when we listened to the exercise, they were saying the most simplest things, like the, me llamo Jose, y tú, right? Oh, y usted, right? And then you suddenly hear it and like, why am I struggling with just listening? Like, you even knew what they were going to say as part of the lessons. It's because they were European Spanish speakers. The speakers, the Spanish, like most of my professors, like teachers, they were Latina. So even despite the similarities, both written and possibly pronunciation, it was still already difficult to listen to European Spanish versus like Latina, like Latin American Spanish. So I can only imagine what it's like for a language that is also subtly different, but then it can then it just spirals out of control. Like for example, I was gonna give a Chinese example, but Chinese examples are I'm not sure if they're the greatest. And I can't do a Japanese example. I'm not sure if you listen to a Kansai person versus a Tokyo, like Tokyo Ben versus like Osaka Ben, right? Where you have Kansai and Kanto. You can still hear the difference, and then occasionally you're like, I swear, and then I agree with you. It's frustrating because you feel like you should be able to understand it, and then you just don't. Like, okay. Everything just piles on. You don't have much context on the different accents of Spanish, but you can imagine from your experience with Brazilian Portuguese and also Portuguese from Angola and Mozambique. Oh, yeah. For China, so for Chinese, I only have personal Chinese examples. Chinese have dialects too, but they are dialects. This is where English categorization kind of falls apart a little bit. I still use what people refer to as dialects to describe Chinese, but Chinese is unintelligible to each other. So it's kind of like Brazilian Portuguese and Portuguese. Now just crank it up a little bit more. So for example, ni hao, right? Ni hao. You've heard that there are a lot of dialects for Chinese. Yeah, and those dialects constitute as separate languages. So they're dialects in the sense that they're separate languages. For example, ni hao, you've heard this a couple times, like 中文是你好, how are you? It's 你好. 你好 is the phrase for Fujianese, which is a dialect that me and my parents speak. And ni hao might sound nothing like ni hao, or it might sound like ni hao in isolation, but ni hao, when the sound ni and hao is the same as like ryo, right? Like the difference between ryo and hyo, once it's placed into words and sentences, it could be anything. And like 你好，我叫 我叫 MAKU, right? 你好，我名是 MAKU. But are they difficult to understand between Chinese speakers? Yes, they are unintelligible to each other. Yeah, it's they are mutually unintelligible to each other. But there are synonyms, like there are like overlaps. They're to the point where you can pick up a word like maybe easy or like oh, so they would use standard, like it's kind of, I don't actually know if Fujianese is written. I imagine like when they're written, this is where we got into the Portuguese thing and the Spanish. When it's written, I think they use the same characters, but when it's spoken, it's unintelligible to each other. Now, for example, I'll give you like ni siromoy, ni churama, ni chilama, yeah, ni chilama, ni siromoy. So ni siromoy is going to sound like none of those syllables exist in Zhongwen. So in Mandarin, if a Mandarin speaker hears that, it's almost as though none of those sounds make sense. Like ni siromoy, ni chirama is really, really far. And I can only imagine what it's like if Japanese changed it up a little too, because Japanese has even more constraint things. So that's kind of how I would illustrate. Like, that's the closest thing I have personally. I'm just offering a a personal example because I don't speak any other languages well enough to. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oops. Sorry. Like for example, I was trying to give like names tend to be like pretty consistent. Like Nippon, you can hear Nippon, Nippon. Nippon is Japanese, and日本. The closest thing I can think of is 日本, but I think Nippon is also one for Mandarin, but it's Nippon, 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 Nippon. And all of those, like, they kind of sound the same if you know you're listening for it. But then when you hear in a sentence, Nippon, the way Nippon is being said in Fujianese does not exist in Mandarin. At least I think the pon part. So it's really weird. It's kind of like having you know, your you know, your vowels, and then suddenly there's like an extra vowel. Right? Which I'm using English examples, but in Japanese there wouldn't be like something this and this in the vowel. So it's like, oh wait, we have ka, but we also have ka now. So every time you hear a ka, you're like, what is that? What is that supposed to be? Like I don't know, kami, no, kami, right? What is it? Kami is suit, and I want to say shellfish. Is it shellfish or is it? Well, dang it! It's wheel. It's wheel. It's wheel. Sorry, mouse writing. So kami, right? Kami. So, the closest thing I can think of is, imagine if I pronounced it kami. That is closer to the dialects of Chinese, where like the moment you say, if someone says kami, it's like, what the heck is kami? There's no such thing as kami. There's only kami for this. Like it's so far off because there's the sound doesn't exist. Like that combination of sound doesn't exist. And that's the dialect. And I feel like listening to Brazilian Portuguese, or like listening to the dialects, like especially of the Spanish variety, sounds like that. When you're listening to them speak, I'm like, what is that vowel sound? Like, what are you saying? Oh, you know, I got a good example. Katakana. That is the same feeling. You know, when you have ego in katakana, like I don't know. Super, right? Like super, is that super, or is it or is it soup? Or is like, it's close enough to something you know, but it still doesn't sound like anything you know. I swear, Japanese, every time I had to read katakana, up to this point. It's still up to this point. It doesn't matter how wonderful your English is. I actually think the more wonderful, the better, the more articulate you are in English, the less likely you're going to read ego with like it's kind of like doing this. Like ice ogre, okay? What does if you ask yourself what does isoga sound like? Ice ogre? I didn't make that connection. And that's to the point where if you learn a language, right? Like if you have a language that you're really, really good at and you're incredibly consistent, concise, and articulate, even the smallest things become is yoga. That's a good one, actually. Is yoga. So, like, if I were to take your suggestion, which is great, I would say to relax from a busy day. Oh wait, but then it'd be like, yeah. My activity would be yoga. Is yoga. My activity is yoga. For example, after bowling. Or like, to relax from a busy day, I go bowling, and then afterwards it's yoga. Instead of ice ogre. Like going bowling with ice ogre is a little bit weirder than just going to yoga after bowling. So that see, I can't do that. I think other people are much better at that than I am. You'll probably never forget now. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, that's how it goes. For me, by the way, I don't know if this is the first time you've I'm sorry, like I'm not very good with names at the moment. But these conversations help me remember people's names. This is what I mean by always encourage each other to explain things, right? To explain things and share ideas, because the things you end up talking about, despite even if you try to forget it, it's going to be very difficult to forget it. I always like that idea, which isn't forget similar to this. Anyways, thanks for chatting in that explainer. Chinese already has a lot of sounds. Having those kind of variants between dialects sound like the thing that China does, which is a very real thing, is that everyone is inclined to know the national language, right? It's very. So are you Portuguese native? Or are you a transplant? Like a person who's studying abroad, possibly, because your English would really scream that you're overseas, and maybe even over the river. Maybe you're from UK or something. But the way you type your English, I mean, otherwise, if you are, your English is fantastic. Like the way you type is fantastic. Obviously, you're in a university. You're like going to uni, so you have like your proper punctuations and your stuff. You think English proficiency in Portugal is pretty good overall? I see, but what I'm really saying is the way you type online. So like the way I type online do not reflect the way I speak or write. You have this custom of never dubbing movies. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting thought. My comment was dealing with how you're typing, like the way you're expressing things. like you think English proficiency in Portugal is pretty good overall. That is different from someone that's like, yeah, Portugal have good English. If you know what I mean. Like, it screams to me that you are a lot, I don't want to say, so this can be misconstrued. It sounds like you're really well educated. It's not a bad or a good thing that the English reflects your educational level. I guess you just enjoy the language and consume a lot of American and English media since very young. I see. The reason, there's another reason too, because the way you order your sentences, I don't know if you ever noticed this about yourself or like people around you. My parents, when they try to speak English, they don't speak a lot of English, but whenever they try to express it, they would order it in the manner that Chinese people would. And occasionally, because of my mixed language things, I have a habit of placing specific phrases like at different places that represent what my background is. And this stuff is very noticeable when you start like using English as a way to learn other languages. You begin to notice like, oh, that explains why that adverb phrase is constantly at the beginning and not at the end of a sentence. Like what you mentioned here, you said you guess, you just enjoy the language, laughed, and consume a lot of American English media since very young, right? And that is still very similar to someone who has English more as their primary language than their secondary language. And that's what I mean. Like, I think it's high. That's impressive. That's very impressive. I can't even imagine what it's like Portuguese. So you're bilingual, right? You would say that Portuguese is not that different from English when comparing it with Asian languages. I can kind of see that. What I mean by that is the ordering. Yeah, the ordering for sure. You would say that lately you've been using way more English for sure. I see. Interesting. Do you plan on using like your language as a form of career thing, both for uni and for browsing the internet, reading articles? You always choose English, never Portuguese? That's interesting. Is it convenient? May I ask, is it convenient to use Portuguese? All the research you do is always in English. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you that because you're doing masters, right? You're doing a master's, so you would be prepping a thesis of some sort or like a written thing. So do you have a choice? Does it, I often ask this because in science, this comes up quite a lot. English is the major vehicle for all the printed things. Like, so if it's international, it has to be in English. However, whenever you go to a conference, you can definitely tell when between the people who research in English versus people who translate or localize the material to their native language. And that often is not coincidentally Chinese, especially Chinese. I haven't really asked about other languages. Interesting. I imagine science and technology, like technology stuff, is largely English. Where you're studying now is preferred to write it in English from the get-go because it will have more reach within the community. I see. Yeah, I was looking, there was someone I met quite a bit back. They were learning Japanese and they work for like a company and whatnot, and they showed me examples of Japanese manuals for like the technology stuff, just as a fun little giggle and point at how little Japanese I knew, right? They're awfully technical to begin with. And it was weird seeing, and not from the idea that like a culture shock, like, oh, scientific manuals are in different languages. My thought was, oftentimes when you think about very specialized fields, they typically take the pragmatic common language, which ends up being English, as like, yes, it's great that you can explain it in your native language or like your non-English language, but at the same time, the idea of having to communicate to a larger audience with incredibly specialized language, it often weighs like you might as well learn and do the English part. And it's often a feeling that is hard for me to empathize with because English is my common language. It's not my mother tongue, but it is still like, I grew up in the United States, so English has to be the thing. Which, by the way, my parents do not speak English in the household. Growing up, my sister was the other person I spoke to, and we use English. But 99% of the time, we do not speak English with our parents. We speak a language, I said Fujonese. It is a dialect that is neither taught nor written for diaspora. And I'm not sure about China, if there are people actively teaching. Usually China, from the outside as a foreigner, they're more like nationalistic. So Mandarin comes first, and then I don't know if there's a preservation or not of the dialects. Usually the common conception is that all the dialects are not preserved. They are trying to not do that. They are trying to nationalize the country's language. Yeah, for sure. If you don't, if that applies with Chinese, you know, because how many people do speak it? But in the Western world, English is the lingua franca. That's great. It probably fueled your interest in learning other languages. Probably. Hear me out. I didn't discover Japanese later in life. The first, when I started forming sentences for the first time, I already heard Japanese. So, but hear me out. It did fuel the interest in learning languages. It didn't move me to do it. And there's also heritage speaking. I'm not sure if you're a heritage, what heritage speaking is like in Portugal. Like, I'm not sure if you've ever met like other students who, what would it be like in Portugal? It would be other people, like say a German moves to Portugal and their home, they speak German. But in Portugal, they would learn either English or Portuguese or both at the same time. And then you are a friend of theirs, right? And then you would go to their household and you would hear them speak German, but you would know that they only speak like a hybrid German because their only source of German is from their parents. Heritage speaking, I'm not sure how common it is for heritage speakers in Portugal. It has to do with immigrants, right? Immigrants. My parents are immigrants. They're the first generation immigrants. So for myself, there's this thing that happens when it comes to language learning. It's it's still commonly called heritage speaking. So it's one of those things where you say things, but you rarely could explain why you know those things and why you can say those things. And when learning a language, it puts all the puzzles together, back together. The downside here is the thing that's not quite the greatest example here is I I happen to be speaking a language with my parents that isn't taught or written. So that might be a problem, but I wonder what it's like if it was a language that is taught or written. So the closest thing I have is Mandarin, which is great because as I'm learning Mandarin, this is why I'm a bit cheating. I've spent 2 times as much, like twice as much time with Japanese than I have with Mandarin across my entire life. Like, since I was born, I probably have heard both those things. And in Japanese, I've heard Japanese since I was 4 to 5 years old. And it hasn't like left my life. In fact, I actually spend more time listening to Japanese than I had to Mandarin. And yet, now I'm 38 years old, by the way, and I'm learning for the first time, written Japanese and Chinese at the same time in the last year and a half. This is the only time I've formally learned either, or like tried to learn either. And in half the time, the Chinese clicks and the Japanese does not. So that to me is an experience that I only think specific people will have, but that also means I can't experience what other people experience. So it's one of those things, like it only happens once in a lifetime. Like you're either born into it or you don't. So those are the type of conversations that I love asking. So I might end up asking obvious questions, but it's largely because I don't know what it's like. Like I genuinely do not know what it's like to learn another language. Like learn another language, but not think it's normal to always think in 2 languages. Like that's what heritage speaking is, like in my opinion, where like the general idea is that languages are a combination of sounds, written stuff, right? But they're often not separated from each other. I think that's the one thing that me and other language learners have like an inherent problem with. Like I can't sympathize with it. So like right here, this kind of thing, currently the most common criticism about doing it this way is that it's very hard to constantly have to think about this and then this. Like it's hard to think about English and Japanese at the same time because that's 2 things instead of 1 thing. But for me, it's always 1 thing. When I xin sai fujiwa gong, Nihongo, it's usually all the same. They're the same part. It's like a singular line of stuff. You don't separate Zhongwen from Nihongo. And I think for me, I would say it works to my advantage. To another person, it works to their advantage that they keep them separate. So I actually think that's one of those fun parts about how the human brain works, where if you're so well practiced in something might seem ideal for something else and might seem ideal for another thing. One thing that is not ideal most of the time, personally, is if you're someone who spends a lot of time around people who are multilingual when you were growing up, this stuff might actually work really, really well when you're doing translational work. But if you're in a country or an environment that constantly separates and segregates languages, immersion is probably your way to go, because lots of interference, right? Lots of interference. Like I don't know how well WaniKani has taught you, like exposed to you about interference. Do you feel like it's laborious to constantly think, Oh, wait. Soul, death, busy. And then, you know, ball or isoga. I'm not sure if that's too exhausting to you. For me, that's like bread and butter. That's what you do. Because whenever I go with my parents to like a doctor's appointment, I have to do that. I have to do those things. I am the interpreter. So whenever the doctor says like 100 billion things and there are some words that I can't interpret into, or like I can't translate into it, I would have to quickly be able to interpret it in a different way to explain it to my parents. So in a way, it's like this, right? When you translate, there's a loss in translation, right? A lot of times people will say something like, yeah, well, this kind of means busy, but it might not mean exactly busy because these are not equivalent. But the idea is that okay with you or not? Because most of the time when I'm translating, I'm interpreting, which is it's a very different feeling. This is not a negative thing, it's a positive thing. Like whenever someone says izogashi, and then I say, oh well, it's like relatively like busy. It's like, what do you mean relatively? It's exactly like busy. It's like, no, that's not true. It's never exactly the same. Translation, there's always a loss of translation. And generally, there's always a loss of translation. You can approximate it. The idea is it's used in context. So most of the time, you end up feeling most of that stuff out. So if you're in a situation where your parents speak a different language than the most common language of the country you're in, you always think that's normal. You don't think operating in the language itself is the normal thing. It often isn't for me. So whenever I'm doing these, and here's the catch, I think this is hard. I tell people, people always talk about like, oh, is this hard? Is this easy? Like, is this fast? This is hard for me. Like this is the hardest thing. To learn a language like this is pretty dang hard. Now the thing is that bad or good? No, when I work hard, I learn more. So that's the opposite of what some people might think. But generally speaking, it's hard because I use double check. I use a double check script because generally this could mean any version of busy. Like when I hear izogashi, it could be no time, preoccupied. Like it means a whole host of things, but it's not exactly busy. It can be lots of things that is approximating busy. So that's how I go about these things. But when people learn a language and they're not used to interpreting, what they want is exact translations, right? Exact translations and all the time. So eventually they'll learn the language to the point where like, oh, now you can wiggle, right? You can wiggle around. So once you get your second language in, you wiggle around. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's one way to say it, right? What's another way to say not busy? Not free. If you're busy, you're not free. So you know, what's a unnatural way to say not free? You could say like fu ima. Oh no, like even more than that, you can throw in fu and ima. How did this is in proper Japanese. The idea is you can know these characters by their meaning, but then you can intuit how to describe it even if you don't know the proper Japanese thing. Because that's how language is. Like for me, like that's how language is. So when I say something like no comprendo Nihongo, right? So I said I don't understand, right? Understand Japanese, right? But I said two different things. I said Japanese, Nihongo. I didn't say in Japonés. It's not Japonés. And then no comprendo, right? No comprendo, or no entiendo. That's you mix the two. So what happens here is most of these things are just part of a bigger picture, and you can do this with kanji and hanzi, and that's how I started immediately. Like you don't see these as like this is not just busy, right? And these are just not what like what is this? This would be considered like not or non, and this is now. But I said not now. What is not now in English? No time. Not free, not busy. So that's kind of what goes on in my head, but I don't think that's how people view the language, where they would need to find the exact phrase. So they're always constantly finding the exact, which by the way, your example is great. Sujian, okay, so when what you wrote was 时间时间がない. So 时间 is the exact same characters, and this means time in Chinese. And ganai is no time. There isn't, right? It's the nai, it's existence negative, right, in the casual. So I could view it that way, and I still get to the answer, and I can express it in English. So I knew exactly that what you're saying in Japanese, I don't know if it's correct or not, as in like what I mean is it natural? Is it proper? It doesn't matter. I know what you mean. That's all that matters. If I say 时间がない, and if you speak Chinese and Japanese, you would know what I mean. That is what, in my opinion, what like multilingualism is like for me, where when you speak multiple languages and you see the interaction between the multiple languages, it doesn't matter what you sound like, you'll be able to interpret what the other person is saying. So, and then the other person, if it happens to be like you, they would know exactly what you're saying despite not only speaking in one language. And that's what my parents and I have going. Like, 明年要考 school 啦，我都找 homework and take an exam, and then later again, you probably have figured out from the English what I was talking about for the rest of the things, but you don't necessarily need the rest of the words. You can probably fill it in what the words are. I basically said tomorrow I'm going to school to take an exam, and then I'll come back home later. So, but there's English in it, but there's also Fujianese in it. And if you, what happens then is if you knew Fujianese and you knew English, then you know both. And then when you speak, you fill in all the information. So in Japanese and Chinese, that's why I'm learning both of them at the same time. Because for me, it doesn't matter which one came first, they're all going to be the same. Like they're all going to be bundled together. And that goes to the very beginning of when we talked about bundling explanations together. It can be all of the above. You're remembering one thing. So when you're learning Chinese and you're learning Japanese, for me personally, not for like other people, I don't know if I met another person that shares these feelings. When I'm learning Chinese and Japanese, it's one thing. It's not two separate things. And there is a drawback, obviously. There are plenty of drawbacks to this that don't meet. It also means that my Japanese will remain kind of broken, and my English and Chinese and stuff will kind of be like kind of mixed up in there. I know what I'm trying to express, but I will have difficulties, right? There will be difficulties expressing that to a person who do not have the specific mix of the language. And that to me is such an interesting topic to talk about with other people who are in a position that they are multilingual, which you're one of them. Unfortunately, I do not know any Portuguese. It would be so much fun to talk with, like, I'm not sure if you've talked with other, are there Japanese Portuguese people? That would be really cool if you were able to interact with someone who is like a Japanese like a Japanese immigrant to Portugal. So then you could use Japanese, you're learning Japanese with Portuguese, communicating with the Japanese Portuguese person, and see like what the differences are. Like for myself, this is the best way I can explain what language learning is to me. That's why no Nintendo would be now Nintendo. I don't know the pronunciation keys, unfortunately, but yeah, see, that would work. And to me, that's what language is, in my opinion. Like, when I say no Nintendo, you would immediately think your equivalent, and then you would respond in Portuguese, and you would respond in Portuguese in a way that I can use my Spanish to understand what you said, right? And then we would reciprocate. So in Chinese and Japanese, that's what it's like, at least for me right now. So whenever I have to read someone who types Japanese or Chinese, it doesn't matter which one it is. I'll pick the one that will give me the answer, or like give me enough context to know how to respond. So right now, reading Chinese and Japanese is like a landmine, or it's a funny landmine that I don't think a lot of people like. Like for example, saikin. Like saikin is recently, but that's 最近 最近 came first. So saikin came second. Despite that, I said saikin before 最近. 最近 came so quickly that by the time I went to go and say it, saikin came out. So I like to think that when people are doing like romance languages and stuff, it can be like that. But oftentimes it ends up, when I have a conversation with someone, it ends up not being like that. Like they don't think of it that way. They like to separate it. They like to think that, okay, but that's not proper. I'll develop a bad habit, and then that bad habit will come out as a problem. And I personally don't see it as a problem. But then again, we have different experiences. Right. Like in English, right? In English, you can do this very quickly. So recently, very, very busy. That's all you need in English. You don't need to say, I've been very busy lately. It's recently very busy. Muy preocupado, right? And you don't even need estoy, because in Japanese, the subject is implied, right? You know. or ocupado. Preocupado is worried or concerned. But that in English is the same way. So when I read like translations, I don't dude, okay. I don't know if you saw, but I use Duolingo. Duolingo is my basis of exploring. I'm exploring how apps work, like different popular apps work. So in Duolingo, they force you to translate like in proper English, like really proper English. And I am just as bad as that at that too. It does take me a while. It still takes me longer than the other, like the next person to do that, because if you say recently very busy or 最近とても isogashii desu, it's recently very busy. Like you don't say I don't translate it to I've been very busy lately. It's not necessary, right? Because all the information is already here. But in Duolingo, this would be marked incorrect. this would be marked incorrect. Not even close. In fact, you would have so many other words that I would have to sit there and look and like, okay, what am I missing? Oh, I'm missing a subject. But usually when you have sentences like this in Japanese, the subject is implied, so you don't ever mention the subject. And then, someone's like, but in English, you need a subject. I'm like, well, you need a subject to be proper, but you don't need a subject to understand the sentence. Because Japanese implies it. So, and then when you go and try to take a English sentence and turn it into Japanese. Yeah, but you are learning Japanese, not English. Exactly. Exactly. So, and then here's the fun part, right? When you take English to Japanese, can you take Japanese to English? So are you gonna speak? Do you decide to speak Japanese English or English Japanese? And I can speak both. And yes, that does sound weird, but when I speak to my parents, I do a little bit of both. So like and our friends, like their friends and stuff, they get used to it. They're very used to it. You mentioned Russian before, right? When you speak Russian English, well, I've met a couple people who speak Russian English. The order of their English is missing like words. They're occasionally like additional words, like the order is a little different. But after you listen to it for like a little bit, you get used to what words are missing. And when you're learning a language, like when you go and learn Russian, you start to realize, oh, that makes sense now. Like for example, I'll give you a Chinese example. My parents constantly say he or she, no matter what the subject is. No matter what the subject is, they always say he or she consistently at any start. So if they start with he, it's always going to be he. That is the pronoun. And this is a very common one. It's the first one that people notice in Chinese, because all the pronouns in the basic forms is ta. That's it. Ta. So he, she, it is ta. It's one thing. Just one thing. Now you might be thinking, okay, why did I write it like that? Because it's actually three different things in writing. And you can probably guess what they are. Oh, wait. Wait. What? Oh no. I'm drawing a blank. Oh. I'm drawing a blank. What is the... I do know, yeah, it has the, what is it? What's kanojo? What is kanojo in... Oh no. Oh no, that's not close enough. I think it's... I have no idea, but it's something like this. That's why, like... I shouldn't be drawing a blank on ta. Like, she. On she. But this is it. And this is him. Right? Oh. It's the other way around. There we go. That's better. Right. So this is he, this is she, and this is it. And all these characters exist in Japanese, but I'm not quite sure what this is for Japanese. Yeah, I don't know what this is in Japanese. Oh, no. No, I don't. But anyways, it's not the greatest example, but and I didn't really execute it really well. But now this is why I like learning I love learning languages. You get to find out why or how things become the way they are. My parents, whenever earlier on, whenever we were trying to define pronouns, right? Pronouns, especially gender. You know, Portuguese is a great example, and Spanish is a great example. When we ever define gender, it gives you like a question mark a lot of times. And then, you know, obviously Japanese is true too when you keep defining gender. But kanojo, it's even weirder when you think of kareshi and kanojo, or or just the character that they use, right? This character, or this character, right? Oops. Right, like this character. And they use it to modify the character, like kanojo right here, in order to like do the gender stuff. But when you think of he and she, it's kind of the same. It's like, I just thought it was funny that it's kind of the same, where like you add the but that, I think that's a coincidence. I feel like that's a coincidence still. You know, kare, and then kanojo ends up this is not a do not assume this, obviously, but I just think these things are funny when you're learning when you have more than one language, and that helps you remember a lot of things. Honestly, anyways, I'm ranting now. I'm having too much fun. I can do this all day. I don't know if you can do this all day because, you know, you're studying masters. So let me know if I'm holding you up, because what is it? Like 9:40 p.m. over there. But we're just gonna keep moving. Yeah, you should be going. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, take care. I won't hold you up, but thanks for stopping by and chatting. Oh, it's 10:41. Oh, it's 5 hours. Oh yeah, that's right. Daylight savings. I keep forgetting about daylight savings. Yeah, no worries. Feel free. Come back. Hey, if you defend your masters, right? If once you you said finishing your master, I would love to hear about your master's stuff. I don't know anything about networking technologies, but I would love to learn something. Yeah. So take care. Stay safe, right? Good luck, good luck. Always been a pleasure. Pleasure. Mucho gusto. Right? Mucho gusto. Yasashibu or no. Yoroshiku. Yoroshikai shimasu. Yoroshiku. Take care. Muito costo. Oh, interesting. I got you.
忙しい
Okay. Kombu. Oh, it's kombu. That makes sense. Insect cloth. It's just the name of seaweed. I wonder why they called it insect cloth. Interesting. Kombu.
昆布昆布
You can also call it kobu? Really? Alright. Alright. I'm gonna take a break. Quickly, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. That was some fresh conversation. Nothing like a conversation like that to get you and you get one to be super excited to continue to learn new languages. Alright. I don't remember any of these, so we're just gonna go with it.
得意
Okay. If you're acquiring ideas, something about being like informed, I have no idea. It's something on the air of informed. Oh, good at, skilled at. Exactly my point. Right, specialty. Okay. One that is informed can be skilled or good at something, right? Good at, skilled. Okay.
Settoku.
Settoku. Settoku. So this is where you acquire theory. Huh. I don't know. Whoops. No, I meant to type confirm. Persuasion. Oh, convince. Right. It's the other way around. Right. Okay.
Toku.
Toku, which is an exception. But it's the same, so I don't really need to do anything about it. And benefit. Yeah, so we gotta tie benefit to Toku in the future. But we'll do it later. Once it becomes, we'll do the thing that I was talking about if it becomes a problem.
Konbu.
Kombu. Kombu is kombu. I use it quite a lot actually, kombu.
忙しい
Isogashi. Okay. Yasashi.
Yasashi.
I don't think they gave us the read for this, right? But we know it as yasashi. So we can, it's optional. So let's just go. Ease. Oh, 容易. 容易 is 切い. I mean 切い. Oh no, 容易. Oh yeah, it's 容易.
容易。
Oh, it's going up. 容易. 容易. It's fair. Act violently. Makes sense. Violence and neru, which is intransitive. Yeah, intransitive. That checks out. Ball. Sometimes ball can be an exception, right? It can actually be bolded.
暴れる。
No. Okay. So we do go to the kun. Alright. So abracadabra. Abracadabra. You didn't learn that reading with this. Okay. So we have to rage or act violently about something. Then a calm. Ooh, okay. You're going nuts. You're going to act violently. Then a calm wizard steps in front of you and mutters abracadabra, causing you to calm down. Okay. So let's try. Let's do this, right? So we have bowling. You are sucking at. You are acting. Oh, wait. You are raging over bowling poorly. So a wizard. So you hope. Then a calm wizard. It could be like calm friend. I'm trying to fit in abracadabra. Maybe like, so your wizard friend said abracadabra. Abracadabra. I didn't know that's how you spell abracadabra. and suddenly you started bowling well, right? And this is what I mean. We're basically just gonna do this from now on. But I would like to do it in my head, but typing it out may be the long run going about it. Because this is still violent, right? Or raging over, okay. Yes. That should be sufficient. Because it's the same meaning, so we don't have to. Or the meaning is baked in across. To act violently. Or to rage. Okay. So, abracadabra. Abba. Hopefully. Okay. What's our next one? Violence? Okay. This one checks out. And standard reads, standard onyomi, standard stuff. We're not going to do that. We're not going to need to do that. So just, and having the exceptions be the ones that have the extra mnemonic, the connecting mnemonic will reinforce whatever it is, the onyomi anyways. So it'll be part of the flow to begin with, just so that we don't increase our workload too dramatically. Okay. So this would be boriki probably.
暴力
Boryok. Oh, it went with ryok. Okay.
暴力
暴力
It could have been boriki, but boryok. Okay. Sounds good. Pretty standard. Then violent. What do you, it still accepts violence? I'm like violent and violent.
暴力
Okay. Oh, it also accepts force. Makes sense. Okay, and then this is Dunbo. Dunbo or Dunbo?
乱暴
Dunbo. Okay. Which is fine. Okay.
容易
Yoi. Yoi. Ah! Wait. Oh, I keep typing sha, not sa.
優しい
Yasashi.
暴れる
Abareru. Easy. I think this is what we're gonna do moving forward. Minimal steps, but I don't think we're gonna do it for onyomi or whatever the primary read is. We'll use the primary read as a way to construct larger mnemonics. Right. Don't have to fight all of it. And I am also going to use all their near rhymes, all their near rhyme terms. I think getting used to near rhyme terms would allow me to enjoy the mnemonics a little bit more. I mean, alternatively, I could make up my own near rhymes. Like, is yoga is great for isoga. But not necessary.
乱暴
Rambo. Wait. Violent. Rambo, chaos, and violence is still.
Boryok.
Boryok. Alright. Run win. Oh, run wild. Run win. Yeah, run wild. That makes sense. Run in violence. Or violent run. Run out of control. Violent running sounds like a marathon con run. Okay, that's fine.
暴走
Bolso. Checks out. standard. Rikshi.
歴史
Rekshi, not Rikshi. Rekshi. Yeah, Rekshi. Rekshi.
歴史
Rekishi. Rekshi. That's fine. It's history plus history. Or it's continuation plus history. Academic history. Okay. Gaku? Gakuri, gareki? Gakureki? Gakureki.
学歴
Gakureki, yeah.
学歴
Okay. That's self-explanatory. To mix something. I doubt it's kon, so we're gonna need a new one here. So we're mixing. That's zeru, so it's transitive. The connotation for this word is you can't distinguish the thing you're mixing. Yeah, so you're like combining it.
混ぜる
Mazeru. So ma would be the term, so it would be mother. Oh, it's the same as mazeru for ko. Yeah, you can also use the level 5. Okay. So it's good enough though. Ma el ma mother ma says that condors don't mix well with what? I wish I had another keyword. Condors don't mix well with other big birds. It's good enough. Oh, wait. Zeru. I don't know if this is true, but Ma says that condors don't mix well with zebras. Zebras. or better yet, Ma says don't mix condors with zebras. Okay, there you go. That's it. That's all we need. Moving on to decrease. This is heru, right?
減る
Heru. Oh, it's going up. Heru. Every time I choose Atamadaka, I get Heiban. Dang it. Heru. To decrease is to decrease, and this is intransitive. Yeah, because of new.
Heru.
So Heru, they're using hell. Okay, they decide to punish you. Okay, you didn't learn that your status is to be decreased amongst the eyes of the god. They decide to punish you to be decreased into Heru, where you will. Okay, so what was our? This one was Gen. Genji. Genji sends targets to Heru, the hell, right? And that's it. Wait. Decreases. Genji. Wait. Criminals decrease because Genji sends them to Heru, right? There you go. And the reason why I wrote criminal decreases, criminals decrease, is because it's intransitive. So the number of criminals decrease because of something, not because Genji is decreasing them. like, and so to speak. It's kind of because Genji is doing the sending, not the decreasing. That's why I phrased it in that way. Instead of saying Genji decreases the number of criminals, that's transitive. Genji is doing the decreasing. But in this case, Genji sends criminals to Heru, and criminals decrease. Or we could say the number of criminals. That's a little too much, but good enough, right? And this is what I mean. And I think it's a good way to plug up the lesser reads. Probably. We'll see in another 100 days.
歴史
Rekishi. It's fun too. Oh, it's so much fun. It's gonna keep me satiated for the next 100 days.
学歴
Gakureki.
暴走
Also. What? Oh, whoops. Oh, I keep typing the wrong can you please stop doing that, please?
混ぜる
Mazeru.
「減る
Edu. It was so good. I don't remember. Oh. Oh yeah, that works so much better. We're good. We're good. Again. Again. Ho. Ne? Yeah.
減法
Oh yeah, right. Oh, it does the rendaku. Oh, interesting. Oh, because of the arithmetic thing. Okay. Yeah, genpo. Genpo. It's fine. Yeah, H almost always changes. Yeah. At the yeah,
減法
減法
genpo. Fair enough. Seasonal festival. What is that? Season paragraph? Think of what a paragraph of a season would be. It's a small part of the season, but it's worth writing about. That's kind of cute. What do we have for this? We have ku. Right, this is ku. Takes so long. Setsu. Seku.
節句
Seku. Makes sense. All right. No, this is not gonna be Zoku. Continues to continue. Okay, that's fine.
続く
Suzuku. Two dudes. Okay.
続く
続く
You didn't learn that reading. You didn't learn that. So here's in my two Tsuzuts get to continue on. I'm afraid you two ladies are going to have to stay here. This is a dude only nightclub. Okay, all right. So, Soku. So, two dudes from the, what was it, like the Bosozoku? something like that. The Bosozoku bike gang get to continue in the contest, in the race, in the bike race. We'll say in the bike race. There you go. That's our new
続く
so I'll probably end up explaining this tomorrow, but the idea is that you don't make the efforts, you try not to make the effort to have to go through and redefine all the near rhymes, like sitting here like, oh, what sounds like tsuzu. I've already spent like over 200, like I spent 200 days, right, solidifying the near rhymes that they're used to. So tsu is two is always tsu, right, and tsu is actually, this is new. So we're establishing the things we already know, and the nice thing is that they already provide enough context. So now the context can be linked together fairly easy. And I'm doing this liberally. I've done this a couple times here and there for the problem words, but now if we do this automatically, it's gonna be probably get a little quicker. Pretty nice. Okay. So like two dudes from Bosozoku. Bosozoku bike gang. Zoku is the other read for this. Zoku. And it's part of the bike gang. And if they're gonna continue, they might as well continue in the bike race, right? So pretty quick. It's all of this is for tomorrow. But you might be thinking, oh man, that's such a waste of time if you're gonna make up. Someone said that if they had to make mnemonics, they would make all of their own, and I agree. It will probably work really well, and the time invested. Largely, I like to do a little bit of column A and a little column B. So I like to take what WaniKani has to offer, like that. It's that challenge, right? You have to think outside of yourself. So WaniKani offers something. Koichi and Co writes certain things, and then infuse some of the things you know. The reason why I like doing that way is because then you're seeing it as a challenge. You're trying to be even more creative than you usually are. Sometimes leaving everything to your devices can lead you into a false sense of security. You can continuously bootstrap the same thing or a different thing, or feel less engaged with it. Like, oh, okay, we'll just use this again. So for myself, it's a little bit of both. I don't technically have to use whatever they're doing, but like the words and the specific words, but I will like it. It will become mine as well. So instead of constantly churning the same things that I would do, I would at least benefit from that. And it's only after I use their system, after I use someone else's system. And then you create something even new, you know, even newer than that. You iterate on it. And that's kind of the iteration process. One after another? Continuation? Yeah, one after another. Okay, that's fine. When you continue and then you continue again, is one after another, or successively. Oh yeah, I remember successively, in succession. Ooh.
Zoku.
Zoku. Makes sense. Checks out. Zoku. Private funds. Ah, private funds. Nice. Shizai is my initial gut feeling, but it could be Shisai. I think Shizai sounds better, though.
Shizai.
Yeah. Or Shizai. Okay. It's both.
Shizai.
Yeah. So Kyoko said Shizai, which is what I thought, because I'm leaning towards Heiban more. But Kenichi says Shizai, which is Atamadaka. Yeah. Fair enough. All right. Next one. Or we got a review. Okay.
Sekku.
Sekku. I just realized seasonal festival is very close to something else too. Fine. How did this work? Oh, easy.
続く
Suzuku. Easy. Yeah, that works so much better for me personally. For me. Man. Whoops. I've got the
原稿
Genpo. Genpo. Wait, how did this work? I wasn't even paying attention to this. Decrease. Save. Or protect. Decrease risk? Oh, wait. Subtraction. Oh, decrease method. Oh, yeah, that's right. The method to protect the house. Right. Subtraction. Oh, okay. That one might need another way around it.
資材
Chizai.
Zoku
Zoku. Okay. Cereal. Oh, that still ends up being cereal. Oh, that's interesting. Take along, continue. Yeah. As in consecutive and successive. We've gone over this successive stuff in Chinese. Lian something. I don't actually know what the right is. Like, something's a little different. I used up a different thing. Lian, Huan. Yeah, Lian Huang. Something like that. Said. Cereal. What do we have? Ren. Renzoku.
連続
Renzoku. Okay. That's fine. To take along, I doubt this is going to be Ren. So, to take along, Reru. Transitive.
釣れる
Tsureru. Okay. So, then, to you take along things, one should take at least 2 things along with one should rent enough to take at least 2. Well, actually, one should rent at least 2 things to take along just in case. Okay. All right. Plutocrats. Wait, I feel like was this introduced in? Oh no, this is a WaniKani thing. Plutocrats, and plutocrats turned out to be rich people, right? Rich people. Yeah, a wealth clan. is a group of people who do whatever they want to get their money. These are the plutocrats of the world. Okay. You can also call them a financial clique. What is it? Zaibatsu. Zaibatsu were large family-controlled conglomerate prominent in Japan until the end of World War II. Some like Mitsubishi survived and modernized. Oh, Zaibatsu. Oh, right, Zaibatsu.
財閥
I'm just gonna stick with Zaibatsu. Like,
財閥
just calling them by Zaibatsu. Plutocrats is interesting though. I like this word because the word that I'm not aware of. Okay, to contact. How is that to contact? Oh, take along to entangle. Right, I wasn't looking carefully. You take along a message and entangle it into the telephone. From there, it buzzes off to the people in order for you to contact them. Okay, to get in touch. Now, this is normal because it's a pseudo verb. So, rendaku, right?
連絡する
So, rendaku suru. Okay, that's fine. Drama trope. Troop. Drama troop. Trope? Troop? English. I English good. Geki. 50-50. Gekidan versus Gekiton.
劇団
Gekidan.
劇団
Gekidan. Alright. Fair enough. So make sure to rent 2 things to take
釣
along.
れる
Tsureru. Clap. Uh,
連続
renzoku. That's an A. That's supposed to be an A, not an E.
財閥
Zaibatsu.
「連絡する
Renraku suru. Wait. Oh, oh, to contact us. Okay, fine. I'm like, how do you say? I need to get used to that, to contact. When you're getting involved, you're making contact too, but that's fine.
Gekidan
Gekidan. Okay. The gang. What? Denchu? What? Okay. Oh, take along to the middle of somewhere. Oh, that's interesting. This word often has a negative feel to it, though, as those guys can't be trusted. They're selfish. Oh.
連中
Denchu. What the? Wait. It doesn't rendaku here. This is a little confusing. Okay.
連
連中
That one. Okay. Fine. The gang. Let's go. Next one. Busy. Very, very, very busy. Or many busies. What was many? Immediately, I just want to think you. I don't think it's you.
多忙
Abo. Oh, it's ta. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
多忙
Tabo.
Tabo. Dang. It's been a while, ta. Alright. Tabo. Okay. Ooh, are you a jitsu? Renjitsu. Renjitsu sounds fine.
連日
Yeah, renjitsu.
連日
That's fine. Relations. Really? Kanren. To take a long relationship. Oh yeah, related to okay. Yeah, kanren.
関連
Kanren.
関
関連
Relation. Oh yeah, like the type of relation. Connection.
関
Yeah.
連
Kanren. It's fine. Mixed race. Oh, mixed blood. Nice. Nachi. Oh, but this could be different though. This could be different.
根血
Oh no, it's not different. Okay.
根血
根血
I thought maybe they have something special for Itsu. Maybe like a shortening or something because it deals with people. Alright, cool. Cool.
Tabo.
Tabo.
Renjitsu.
Renjitsu.
Renchu.
Renchu.
Konketsu.
Konketsu.
Kanren.
Kanren. Alright, that wasn't bad at all, honestly. And we still didn't even get to 7 o'clock. Dang. Good. 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 Muy bien. Good, good, good. Oh, this is a burn. What the burn? Oh, wait. That meant exit. I meant to type exit, not exist. Alright, those are good burns. Alright. Yeah, this is our new system moving forward. I was trying to... It's a good one. I like this. We're definitely gonna have some fun connecting the dots. Good activity to do for the next 100 days. We'll evolve it, improve upon it, iterate in the future. And at some point, right? At some point, I'm gonna retroactively do it all in Japanese or in Chinese or something, and not use English, right? So that'll be fun in the future too. When you have enough vocabulary, and then just use the vocabulary to link all the things like I did in Duolingo. Become, black hole, director, reason, ego, and right. Let's do our reads. Oh, actually, we have a few mnemonics here. Mnemonics. Get it? Mnemonics? I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. Or, it was unintentional. Flower, right. What's this, like use? I feel like it's you. And then words. Director. It's always saying words. I'm actually. Oh, I think there's too much time eclipse. Wait. Oh no, it's not. Kawa? Oh, waka? Waka? Waka. Oh, the walker that you must use in the future. Oh, dang it. And I actually don't remember this one either at the moment. Oh, the part of speech. What part of speech is sheep? Okay. Alright. Okay. Reason roof. Wait, reason roof. Oh, midair Chewbacca. And door, loiter, black hole, flag, footwear. It's to mark where you lost your footwear. Reed. Bamboo, flute, heck. Yeah, so the ones that I shorthanded worked. The ones that I didn't shorthand weren't memorable. Eesh. These were rough though. Oh yeah, like these ones are rough. Very rough. The one silver lining is, regardless of how rough this stuff is at first, like when you're introducing the kanji, if I link the other reads mnemonics to the parental read, it will get reinforced, because thinking about the other things will also think about these things. So the first phases is pretty much rote memory in general. Though mnemonics is succumb to rote memory. So waka is new, actually, a new near rhyme, and sheep is not. But I was being lazy. Okay. Imo ka tetsu gen jun yo fu I sai zai waka mo shi on batsu reki shita. That was an adjustment from yesterday. Tatsu u shu o ri u. Oh, one of these U's are kun. I think it was. Oh no, I think it was that one. That's why I paused, right? This U is kun. Yes, and uzu. Good. Let's make sure this is chu. Yeah. Good. I still remember the two adjustments from yesterday. Alright. Dan, ton. Bo, kon. Dan. O, toku. Kai. Zoku. Ren. Zen. Raku. Eki. Shi. Alright. That's a wrap. pretty good. I gotta meet another person. Pretty sweet. Gotta keep moving my time frame up a little bit more. Ooh, Portuguese. Man. So many languages, so little time. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. If you're already using WaniKani, I would love to exchange some stories, anecdotes, ideas, brainstorm some ideas, exchange mnemonics. Like today was fantastic to see another person who's on and off with WaniKani or whatever, right? That's pretty sweet. Tomorrow is going to be, so as a special announcement, right? Tomorrow is day 200. So we will have our WaniKani lesson as per usual, which our reviews would be really early in the day. So let's actually take a quick look. So tomorrow we'll do these and that's it, right? These will be the only ones because we'll be done before the stuff hits. So tomorrow is largely the new things and like the previous things that we recently have. Pretty short. So 79, pretty quick. And then we're going to do Hanza Hero. And then we're going to do our 200 tentative takes. So as a brief reminder, which I will review this, from day 100 to 200 is when we did all the script stuff. So double checking, ordering, coupling, moving things to the end, adding the pitch accent, looking at rendaku information. So those are the things that happened in the last 100 days. So that was dramatically different. The next things will be moving on and doing other things as well. And it is part of the pattern. It is part of my way of staying engaged with something consistently. Once you do something for a period of time, you kind of know the ins and outs sufficiently. I deem it sufficient. So then we swap it up a little and do more, constantly do more. I've been getting more, it's becoming fairly obvious as becoming more and more complacent on certain things. So I typically, when it gets to a particular point, I review, do an introspection, which is what tomorrow is. It's going to be at the end of the session. We'll go over what my current workflow is in my head. It's great to have it on paper. It's an exercise that I do in order to make sure I understand what I'm doing and what the results are and how I feel about those things, right? Yes, it would be very convenient and really quick if you keep it to yourself and keep it private and whatnot. To me, there is some value to trying to explain these things either to yourself in the future or to someone else. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow, that day 200. It's going to be the big one, and I usually refer back to day 100 if you want to see what was the things that I changed up. And there are a few things in the middle of it, which we'll cover. Right. So for now, that's it for WaniKani. For those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan, mata ne. I'll see you guys next time. I'm going to get up, stretch, walk around, do a couple of flips and dips, and check on my time machine, and I will be back for Hanza Hero. Thank you.